Need to figure out a way to make that better. But today, at least now we have some intro music that hopefully doesn't get copyrighted by YouTube if I try and go there. A little aggravating. They copyright claimed the background music to Idol, or not Idolshire, but Shurigane. I was like, that's kind of crap. But anyways, oop, from over here. There we go. We finished both of the major story beats, going left and right with both groups. Kryl is now lit up, so I'm assuming we're going to be working more on a Charlian. So let's jump in and find out. Since there has been progress in both investigations, so we share the findings from our respective locales.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful.
Yes. The badge thing, that's gonna be huge.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Oh. I figured they were needing time to make more badges first.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thafnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphnode is in the right group? What of Elise? She knows a healing spell or two.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
Yeah.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Ew. I'm so glad I don't have to go through the etheric sickness again. Alright, so nothing we can do here. Radzat-Han. Gift of the Archmages, Call of the Wild Maelstrom. Oh yeah, I forgot I had to turn that in. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Blink. Alright, so if we go to Lenosha, that's not close enough. Where is... There's Radzat-Han. It's kind of in between the two, isn't it? Wait, why is it way up here? Speak about Neladine at the Hamsha hatchery, which is Ilsabard, but we teleported to here. Why is it saying the quest is way up here in Gallermold? Either way. Let's go to the house, maybe? Others. No. Ilsabard. Great work. Well, I guess we'll at least go to Limsa. It's free to go there, and I'll go take care of some side stuff real quick. Load. Thank you. I can turn the cane in for XP. Let's see. 200 will knock out a good chunk. Yeah, it's fine. I still got the other white mage weapon. Obviously it's not as good, but free XP is free XP. Turban of Aiming. 415. Tincture of Strength. It's fine. I'll take the randoms when they come in. Success! Wow, they gave me nothing. That might be. The 20% squadron members are of a different class. When accompanying a Lalafell. That's awfully. Put those there for now. Current is 30% when accompanying a conjurer. This is accompanying a Lalafell. Well, I'd rather keep the conjurer because that's more broad. When above the duty's recommended level, when accompanying a Lalafell, 10% chance to receive bonus company seals. No. Wait, was that one of them? No. Oh. Oh, there you are. Company of Makote, 20% chance. When all squadron members are of a different class, 20% chance. Makote is more broad. We'll keep that one. Great works to the closest. Still expensive as hell. Routes at Han, which we came up through this way to go up there. Ah, that 1K. Hurts. Can't believe it's at 224 Cursed Run. What does that mean? Ah, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand at the boat until we're ready. When your fellows arrive, I'll direct them to join you. We pray your safety and success. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Ugh. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Well, you'll have to do it once. No warning. However emphatic, I could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are all a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Vitra! My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come, we can finally break your monopoly on primals. Wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the sign's brightest star, after all. Everyone is amenable to it. Let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Misakai and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to a duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Tower of Zot. Alright, form a party. So our choices are, gotta have Thancred, gotta have Alphino. You can have Elise or Astinian. Probably want Elise because she's ranged.
Right then.
Or we're gonna have Astinian and have double Dragoon. Yeah! Alright, let's go.
You underestimate me!
Armored Fiend. Mega Sisters.
I have you now!
My turn! You're mine!
I have you now! You underestimate me!
Yeah, Mindy. Nope, wrong button.
underestimate me!
Okay, okay. How am I supposed to know the difference? Thunder... Okay, Thunder is the multi-way attack.
I have you now. You underestimate me.
You cannot stop us!
You're mine! You're mine!
Keep saying it's his, but who else wants it?
You're mine!
Lots of healer stuff.
On guard.
You cannot stop us!
You're mine!
No, I got temporal displacement. Oh. Ow. I'm berserk.
Let's give them a show.
Try and stop me!
Okay, so when that comes up, look for the one that isn't being stupid.
You cannot stop us! There!
you now.
My turn!
You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
Okay, this way.
You're mine!
Oh, it must be the core. Oh, wrong way.
Let's give them a show!
One down. So we gotta take out the big one first, it seems. Level up! Striking. Well, starting on foil. That's red mage. Anything good? Yeah, may as well throw him on here.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Nothing like quagmire. Goo.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
That thing.
This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Mm-hmm.
A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
A man's limb.
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Easy enough.
And that should be the end of it.
I could have done that.
theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Whoops.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Teleportation magic?
What happened? Where are we?
There's Graha.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Some of them are using magic they shouldn't be.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Hmm.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Oh yeah, probably still have to take care of the tempering.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Wakey wakey. Tofu, eggs, and bakey. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Razahan for treatment. Elise and Yashtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. May not enter the towers up with NPC avatars to make sure this feature open to trust. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us to come to Meghaduta at our earliest convenience. That's the Sultan's Palace, basically, or the satrap. The others will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. I guess they were former prisoners. Wait, on second thought, you and Astinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Oh, God. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Wop, 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 wop. Let us in. Oh, that's an A rank. Let me call that out real quick. That is Link Shell 5 for me. Whoop. Oh, I did an uppercase L instead of a lowercase. Double check my... How many people are on... Online, 21 out of 124, 128. What about this one? 17. Diablo's Hunt Train. There. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So that's Link Shell 3. Is this Stony McStone Faces? No. Oh, whoops, I had actually moved, but... Oh, was I not targeting it? Crap. Where'd you go, you big fucker? Get the correct position out. The music died. Okay. Get out of here, you damn Dommel. Still can't get down there, huh? Honored Scions, you're free to enter at your leisure. I cannot leave my post. I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require direction to the city, the sentry stationed by the fountain atop the steps should get glad to assist you. Though I've been to Razahan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. I do not expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Justinian is now following me. It's a minor thing, but I like the characters actually following you around now. Let's see. If I teleport, it's gonna hate me. So let's go clockwise and hit all the... Well, we'll talk to this guy first. Mistress Misuka, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to the Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razahan. To get there, I would normally recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. Oh, well that's annoying. As such, we will provide you with an alternate pass. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruviada Fibers. Within you, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, head up, straightforward enough. Yeah, kinda. Which Aetheryte are they talking about? Like the main Aetheryte, or are they talking about where? Yeah, over here. Oh, the main one did get disabled. How annoying. Why would you disable the main one? That makes no sense. This one we already got. I should just keep going up steps. Lunar Quartz. Collectibles appraiser doesn't take them. Couldn't tell you, man. Heading to the Magaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right. Go through the door and atop the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance of the airship landing, where other sentries should assist you. Incidentally, if you send the steps either side of me, you'll find the workshop of Ruvadal Fibers. Once you're free to observe, though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Alright, well I guess we're going this way. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state alert is in effect, perhaps it's for the best. That aside, if you're not here for the airship, we have business at, oh, it's standing aside. That aside, we're not here for the airship, we have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend the steps, and then continue straight ahead across the bridge. Can't miss it. There's a spot for us to sit and talk for a second. Yeah, it's way back there. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to the hamsha myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk. How dare you talk about eating me? Looks like we got some fruit trees of some kind. Aetheryte shard. Grab this other shard, and then we'll go inside. Don't understand why they have the Aetheryte shut down. That makes no sense. Let me in, please. Greetings and welcome to Magaha Duta. I inquire about your business. Members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn come in the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have expected you. I will show you the audience channel. If you please follow me. Vitra. We're here.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Sweet.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oof.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
A moment.
He could probably sense Midgar Summer on me.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee. I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. Those have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. What was that thing? Color of Joy. Archon Loaf. Ugh! Tasteless bread. Well, when we get back to Charlian, we can do the next hunt quest thing. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Yup. So we've got this one, and this one, and this one. Oh wait, we didn't get this one yet. We'll have to go back down there. As soon as they let us, like... Expanding House of Splendors. Where the street turns, enter the doors straight ahead and descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rosahan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. And let's see where this door takes us. Possible new housing item? It says it's level 80. Oh, do I need to be a crafter, maybe? Aha! We will do that shortly. And here's the Aetheryte President. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just cross the other side of the hall and then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I expect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Still can't. That's crap. Well, let's go do this real quick. Marina told me about you. Says you're quite the renowned blacksmith. Name is Apelfina. Epiphana. By the way, the mistress charged with managing her Rosahan branch. Look forward to doing business. Jay's any special task for you? All I mean is business such as welcome as any other house of splendors. Blah 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 blah. Is that it? That's the MAM MSQ. Collectible replays. Purchase. Luxurious paper. X potion, X ether. X potion of strength. Huh. Geshel green. Dark matter. Which I have 0 of. So this is going to take place of my current ones. Yeah, I've still got grade 7. I need grade 8s once we get into the higher tier gear. Oh yeah, we can sell that. Don't need it. Don't need that. Gold, salmon roe, and leeches. We'll be holding off on any kind of fishing for a while. Splendor vendor. Folklore. Ilsabard. Materia vendor, materia melder. What do you got? Oh, we got the new crystals. Trader. That looks like a hunt bill. Yep. So this isn't gonna be our trying to figure out where I need to put my free aetheryte teleportation. Oh, wait, need to go that way. Doi! Anchor at Uyuanje. You took your time, got turned around, I take it. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. Yep, quite so. That is an interesting thing. What the hell is that? Okay. I guess it's more alchemist stuff? We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
I wonder if we could use that as a bartering chip with the Charlian.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
Yeah?
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, Nahana.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
Well, it would be her.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
Very special flower from
How
Heidelin.
unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Mm-hmm. So at one point, can we use the Aetheryte here? Nope. Denied. Let's see. Backup one. Travania is the closest. Notia is fairly close, so we'll just go back there first. I'll cut the cost in half. Well, not in half, but it dropped it by 500. Good to be back and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have to wait for the others' return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Who's gonna visit me in my chamber, though? Oh, it's back to normal.
Take heart and protect them well.
Knock knock.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Burger! Pizza. No pickles.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
He's an introvert.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
What was the purpose?
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
I want that burger. Cookie.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Maybe.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
No. You do know these are my quarters. Are we pushing it until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Rest of your treats are gone. Ooh, it's green. Zenos, how's it going?
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Yeah, past that.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
The tower has been taken down.
Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
A future weapon coffer. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I'm about to make my way to the stadium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Scholararch. Monte Chaigane. I probably said that wrong. And thank him for coming to our rescue in Rustra. As it turns out, he came to here to see us following the hearing, only to find we'd been already departed to Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Stola and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then so, the twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we are not to be long. Sounds like a plan. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholararch himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I am too eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphinaud, of all people, worry over his reputation, and our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Surprised they have practice dummies around here. The ambient music here, for some reason, keeps reminding me of Final Fantasy 15. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. No one can hardly miss it, for it's the first time you've been here on an official business, correct? Well, most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums. It also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what we would later become the stadium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomenon, hence the name. Though, with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the stadium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it was without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomy, astromancy? What would astromancy be? And countless other fields, standing proud as Charlotte's foremost educational institute, in unison. You always said you were giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed. I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same floppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stomping ground, or stamping ground. He was in top form back then. Youngest to enter the stadium, graduated with the highest honors in magic arts and aetherology. Undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the stadium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. I am certainly not the stadium's most notorious master debater. Ha! In all respects, never been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levior began. And how far are we in? 2 hours, 14 minutes? I'm going to mark that for later. Honors. Oh, that's nothing. We can get out of that. Boop doop. Alright, continue. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone that the adoration of the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Mont. Let's say Mont Chai Changi. It's probably another French word, and I'm terrible at French. Come say their name at some point, damn it. Other faculty intend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's go up and ask the students where they've seen him. Blank grade 3 orchestra paper. Nope. Oh, my brush gold sold. Nice. Excitable student. That was Alphinaud Levier, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levier. He's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. The one can only mean one thing. The event of epic shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the scholar art, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss, Alapo? Should have a better idea. Looks like Alapo? Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Nope. Oh, how silly me. And orientation is an orient. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Searching for meat? Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the stadium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. And that's why we deal here in the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to see us. If we don't have it in our stores, we'll send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa. This tongue of giant toad. That's enough to make the hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. Our newest gleaner will have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I think I'm interested in gleaning information on the Scholar Arc's whereabouts. Whereabouts? Well, wow. I am not Southern, and that just, like, came out of nowhere. I've tracked down any miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm not a gleaner. We'll go with the Scholar Arc's whereabouts. I beg your pardon, you're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse. No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but he's not. Now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to click that. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholar Arc is probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yes, the Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. Then we parted ways. He went down the corridor, perhaps one of the auditoriums. Oh. There he is, and look, there's a point of interest. .007 complete.
Ah, I remember you.
Found you.
I pray we have not called you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves in the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Explains the guy who got chokehold in the middle of the Inquisition.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Emotion? Well, two are incorporeal, so corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... Not sure what that says. It looks like it's an H something.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and reigning.
Whoops.
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
Like the memories from the Sundering?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
Poof.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Key Aliopo. She's
Aliopo, I was really close on that.
Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
You got the run of Phenomenon. If you're game, Alapo would like your artistry to good use. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling that his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way, you could be better acquainted yourself with Alapo, as the Scholar Arc suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. I'm I'm not a gleaner, but I can make shit. Oh, it's you. You're the one the scholar was telling us about. Brilliant. Just the woman I was hoping to see. I'm sure you're well aware the stadium is the most prestigious educational institution of all of Charlian. As such, we make a point of only working with the best educators and students. The gleaners we employ are also held the same high standards, of course, which is perhaps why it's been so difficult to find the assistance we need of late. Surely you understand the trouble of finding competent and capable help. That you come here suggests that you're willing to lend a hand, no? I'm certain you will have much to gain from working with us, if so. Do let me know should you commit your lending your services to the stadium. I should warn you, however, there is much to I must explain ere you begin, so please be certain you have sufficient time to spare. So in other words, she's gonna talk our damn ear off. Alright, let's go. Now, let me explain how our work here. Professor and students from the main faculties gather in a searchers meet in order to do business with a recruit reputable reputable individuals such as yourself. Allow me to briefly introduce those here at present. Here we have Boric from the Faculty of Archaeology. Words. He works as assistant to the one Professor Rushara. Is currently seeking a skilled metalworker to help restore an ancient relic. And there's Jude, or Judy, who belongs to the Faculty of Astronomy. He seems to be looking for an artisan able to work with leather, cloth, or wood, but he wouldn't tell me much more than that. He's awfully shy, you see. Next we have Debray, a student studying the Faculty of Medicine. I'm fairly sure she's carrying out research under the supervision of Professor Galavoce. In any case, I hear she's after someone who knows a thing or two about medicine and nutrition. And here is Hinagishi of the Faculty of Anthropology. She told me she's searching for a botanist and miners at present. By the sounds of it, she and Professor Tankin are dealing with a formidable task. Leah, blah, 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 blah. Last but not least, this is Professor Talaka Tia, the associate professor in the Faculty of Aetherology. I heard he's in need of a fisher to help him conduct research for his thesis. Unfortunately, things do not seem to be progressing well for him at the moment. I'd say those 5 are the ones with most need of supplementary aid. I'll leave it to you to your discretion as you choose to help, although, be forewarned, academics can be something of an odd bunch. Just to be sure not to leave anyone out in the lurch after you've agreed to help them. If you don't undertake deliveries in the stadium, speak to those belonging to the Institute's various faculties to learn what ails them. Wait, is it all custom deliveries? Who the fuck to what now? I'm curious, hold on. Custom deliveries? No. None of these are new. Others, that's dice. Not gonna be the Ishgard restoration. Story? Crystarium deliveries. Class quest. So it probably would be under story. I feel like gathering would be the way to go if we're gonna start. Excuse me, kind madam. Pardon my forthrightness, but I might beg your moment of your time. I work with Professor Tankin. I'm a sort of capable miner to assist us with research. That is your profession, is it not? In which case, I wish to discuss potential employment with the Faculty of Anthropology, assuming that is you have an interest in our work. Sure. Magnificent. Searchers meet where we currently find ourselves, a place where gleaners connect with the faculty and students of the stadium, allows us to acquire the necessary materials for our studies, and also provides us with a place to store supplies and specimens. And with your help, I believe we may be able to produce what is needed for the professor's research. Of course, such work is predicated on this assumption of Taken has decided on a focus for his next project, which is sadly he has not. Would you say he's the indecisive sort? Oh, that is certainly one way of putting it. If he doesn't hurry and submit a research proposal to the stadium soon, he will be unable to secure funding for his work. Why, this very tenure could be cut short. Ooh. It would be a great loss for the stadium, as he is a remarkable scholar, the very definition of calm and collected, until he discovers something that piques his interest. And his eyes widen and his cheeks take on a rosy hue. Honestly, it's like he regresses to being a young boy. Return to the topic at hand. The first task would be to procure Professor Taken himself. I imagine you'll find him somewhere in Nomarun, if you'd like to be so kind. Wonderful, and when you find him, pray offer him a slice of Archon loaf. Like as not, he's forgotten to eat as usual. The sheer size of the library can prove daunting at times, but I haven't spent enough time with the professor to know where he is sometime. There somewhere. Oop, I see that. Oh, Professor! What? Damn it all. I succumbed to the sweet song of slumber yet again. She always strikes when I least expect it. I don't suppose you would happen to have a morsel of food to spare on your person. I seem to have built up quite the appetite whilst dead to the world. There you go. Hinagashi sent you. Of course, she would insist that I eat Archon loaf. At any rate, yeah, but thanks. I hope you do not think me rude of indulging right away. That had to silence my stomach for a while. Truly, I'm indebted to you, madam. Dozing off amidst the research is an all too common and routinely ignored occurrence around here. There's no telling how long I would have slept had you not come when you did. In fact, it calls to mind the tale of a researcher seeking the means to reverse the ethereal sea. He wished to do so while still amongst the living, you see, but they found him dead in the midst of a pile of books. But as neither here or there, I take you're here come seeking employment. Your topic is quite fortuitous, but I also recently decided upon a topic for my thesis. Pray, accompany to the researchers' meet once more, and I shall explain all there. There you are, my savior from somewhere. Professor, please. It would be most rude to waste any more of her time. Might we discuss the focus of your next research project, and what might you require of her? Yes, of course. Time is of the essence. Honestly, Hinagashi, I do not know what I would do without you. Alright, well, that is most flattering, Professor. Thank you. I mean it. I would be lost, completely and utterly lost. For a second, yes, and quite famished besides. So absorbed was I in my research that I had but forgotten my need for rest and subsistence. Were it not for your kind gift, I would surely have expired by now. Well, I thought you meant, yes, of course. Always happy to help. Yeah, I kind of got that feeling too at first. Provided our research is deemed of value to the stadium, we are supplied with clothing, food, and shelter, but only the bare essentials, mind you. You need but look around to know the veracity of my words. As we are instructed, researching and gathering resources, but what value do these things truly have in the grand scheme of things? The study of a thousand civilizations, and nothing here has changed. The culture of Charlian remains as stagnant as the threadbare attire we wear day in, day out. I must confess, you do have a point about our garments. Should my shirt and trousers be soiled, I would have little recourse but to wear them inside out. Oof. But to be perfectly honest, I have no real qualms with the way we live in the Charlian. That's all well and good, Hinagashi, but would you be content to let your children live in such ostrich condition? Your children's children? Children, Professor! Why ever would you bring up such a thing? It is a subject I have thought of to broach for some time. After all, you shall be my sole company for the foreseeable future, and I yours, correct? Yes, I suppose you're right, and I'm perfectly content as we are, of course, but if you prefer other company... This has been wonderful, but I should get going. And denies the pleasure of your company? I have long wished for the help of a third party, and insist you stay and aid with our research. A third party? Splendid. I'm resolved to change our current way of life. However, in order to do so successfully, I must determine what cultures are best suited to blend with ours. As such, my research shall involve recreating the lifestyle of other cultures within this very building. So that was the cause of your furor brow of late. Well, it is a marvelous idea, Professor. Which is where your experience as a miner comes into play. I would have you gather the materials necessary for said recreations. Though I do have a great deal of resources on hand at present, they are yet inadequate for my plans. Now, if you'll excuse me, I require time to consider which culture I shall attempt to emulate first. So, what the hell do you need? You ever seen such an inspiring sight? No. This chick is like in love with the dude. He doesn't get it. It is a relief to see the Professor take him his last chosen subject for his research proposal. I myself had long been interested in the world's myriad peoples and their customs. In fact, it is precisely why I was so keen to work with gleaners, well versed as they are with the lore of distant lands. My parents too have love for learning of other cultures. It was their fondness for the Far East and their beautiful flowers that gave them inspiration for my name. Nah, that makes sense. Despite knowing the origins of my name, I never gave it much thought. That is, until one day when the professor commented on it in one of his enthralling lectures. However, he did not stop there. Professor Taken continued by musing on how even a single flower can go by many names. Different regions will know it differently, after all. He then went on to talk about how this difference in location, language, and lifestyle can have a profound impact on how we think. We Aura have our roots in the Far East, though I only know the Charlian way of life, he said. I have long wondered what change might occur within my own mind should someday I visit my ancestral home. It is the very question which drives my research. Yes, it is now I remember his words oh so clearly. The lectures inspired me to take up my current post. Yet, though I have done my utmost to assist him, our failure to present any findings has left me with naught to show for my own achievements. Oh, how I long to conduct research with him in the Far East, just the two of us. Why don't you tell him about this? What are you implying with that tone? Ah, it's fucking obvious. No, perhaps it's time I was honest for once. You see, I am rather fond of Professor Taken. Yeah, that was obvious already. To be honest, it's more than a little disconcerting that he has not noticed my feelings when even you have. However, given this, his current research is squarely focused on creating a better life for us, I feel this is the opportunity I cannot pass up. But I have no experience in the matters of the heart. Like a fool, my youth was spent on my nose buried in books. Would you, perchance, be more experienced in the matters of romance? I would be ever grateful if you had help in winning the professor's affections. Yeah, leave it to me, the character who's been single the entire game. Yeah, we'll help out. Well, you two certainly seem to be getting along. First, have you come to a decision? As you're doubtless aware, Charlian is frightfully cold all year round. However, this has led to rapid progress in our ability to control our environs. Nothing proves this fact more than Labyrinthos, which is pleasantly warm down there. Where you'd be forgiven for thinking you were somewhere altogether more tropical. This has inspired me to look into the lifestyle of those who actually reside in balmy climes. We may yet happen upon a discovery or two that would never be made simply shivering in the cold. In line with this, the culture we seek to emulate first is none other than Rosatan. Splendid! We'll need you to go to collect some few things that can be obtained in Rosatan proper. Hinagashi will brief you in more detail. Faculty of Anthropology Stadium. Deliveries unlocked. You now take under deliveries to the faculty. Talk to her to learn more. Would you like to know more? Get 30 high cordials. Oh, nice. Go with the other 50 I've got. Made a list of a few Hannish staples required to emulate life in Hearts at Han. And while there are certainly quite a few things we would struggle to procure here in Charleon, there's one particular which used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. Any road. Best of luck gathering this in Thavnar. Hannish staples required can be gathered near the Hamshush hatchery. By delivering the requested items and raising yourself in her esteem, you can help her and her professor take a little closer together. Okay, so this just starts everything. I can actually talk to everyone and not have to like go everywhere first. So this is gonna be very simple or similar to Hannish staple. It's collectible, so it's just gonna be like pretty much what it is. Okay. We want to hit a collectability of 600. That shouldn't be too bad. The rest of these, well, except Talaka Tia. Is that the right ones? Do I want to do this right now? I'm gonna need to start using my custom but no other custom deliveries for other jobs. Dear me, what am I to do? I dread to think how the professor would react if I returned without a, Oh, sorry, you startled me. I don't suppose you would happen to be a craftswoman, would you? Brilliant. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Boric, and I am under the employ of the professor of the stadium. Professor Ruhu Shah, to be precise. She works in the field of archaeology and is deeply invested in the restoration of relics. I have been tasked with finding some capable helping with her most recent project. Needless to say, I first asked our colleagues at the stadium itself for their aid, but I was told that in no certain terms that our so-called relic was mere refuse. Frankly, between the two of us, to my untrained eye, it appears to be little more than a shabby ornament or child's toy. The professor, meanwhile, is convinced that it is unique and has great value. And if it be, and far be it for me to question her, few archaeologists have had as much success as she, but I digress. Would you be willing to at least meet with the professor and hear more of our work? Let's have a look at that relic. So you're willing to meet her then? Excellent, thank you so much. She ought to be somewhere here in the stadium. I don't imagine it'll take too long to find her. Wait, what are you? Oh, just a regular quest. No one here. Oh, over there. Namono Tayamono. Oh. Why are you quivering, dude? Why, hello there. Terribly sorry, but I'm rather busy at the moment. Can I wait until later? Perhaps you wouldn't be so quite busy if you weren't wasting time on what is clearly more than rubbish. You realize there are limits to our funding and facilities, don't you? The faculty cannot afford to waste time on projects that show little to no merit. That is an old Lalafell, holy shit. Honestly, I think you're overreacting, Professor. I think I have a very good feeling about this relic, you know. Feeling? Feeling? I was not aware we had decided to rely on feelings over common sense now. If I were you two, I'd spend my time on anything other than helping this crazed crone with her work. Why are you cowering, dude? He literally just fucking being a bitch. Sorry about that. You must be wondering what you've walked into. It seems Professor Namono has a rather bad day. Wait a minute. You wouldn't have to be an artisan, would you? I would. She is indeed. What's more, she has kindly agreed to hear more about our work, which is why I brought her. What's that look for? Come to think, I don't think I ever asked your name. You did not. Well, Miss Skype, thank you for coming all this way to talk to an excitable old lady. Ruhusha. A humble professor of archaeology. You have doubtless heard from Boric that we are attempting to restore a relic of sorts. I suppose that falls upon me to explain the situation in a little more detail. Let's make our way to the workshop. It'll be much easier to explain things to you there. To the workshop! The work that presently occupies my time is the restoration of this peculiar pristine-faced relic. Pristine-faced? Its design called to mind the stories of Saint Dahata. Which is why I've taken to calling it the Golden Dahata in her honor. It was brought to us by one of our gleaners. From what I understand, the excavation whence they found it was an independent venture, and considering its otherwise lackluster appearance, those of similar mind to Professor Namono have been quick to write it off as rubbish. However, I believe it to be a type of mammoth. I do not wish to sound impudent, Professor, but you truly think that thing could be a mammoth? To my eye, it looks more than an ornament designed to resemble a bird or a fish. Next, you'd be saying they can take to the skies like an airship. I do. For all we know, it might as well do that. And yes, I'm quite certain the Golden Dihata is a mammoth. It doesn't look like much to you, like you understand Oldayan man, like your stand-in Oldayan mammoth. I'll grant you that, but its innards are no less complex. We must need to get it fixed and it's bound to start moving. I know it. That's what's more. I've got a special feeling about this one. Something tells me it possesses special abilities. Oh shit! Damn it! I right-clicked. In any case, this is where you need your help. The relic might not seem like in a bad state, but its outer appearance, but its insides are a mess. There appears to be little that can be salvaged, so we'll duty to create the replica parts that match the broken ones housed within. I would forever be grateful to you, should you decide to help us. I'm just champing at the bit to find out what the secrets lurk within this little old thing. Wonderful. You could count on you when you arrive. You made this old woman very happy. Now let's get down to business. I'd like you to begin by working on the exterior. Though I see no signs of erosion, something, possibly one of the dislodged parts, has done considerable damage to its insides. We won't work on the interior and its complex. Won't do to work on the interior and its complex parts without first ensuring that the shell housing them is sound. That said, I have no doubt you'll need to prepare a few things before you go to work. Let me know when you feel ready to get started. That guy is way too excited. Prep, prep. Complete the quest and get some stuff. What do you want? You want set of gold plating. So this is going to be under story. Yep, stadium deliveries. Gold plating. We need deep gold nuggets, dwarven mithril nuggets, and dwarven mithril ingots. I have a few of those. Only have 3 of those. And I have plenty of deep gold nuggets. Crafting method. Do I have the stuff required for this? That looks like a big fat no. Well, I've got dimithrite sand. I just need mithrite sand. Okay. Okay. Alright, I can set up the rest of those, but I have a feeling getting around for some of that stuff will be a pain. Alright, so we could go to... Have that door open and close like 5 times. Ilsabard. So expensive to get around. We should probably make Charlian our freebie for the time being. It's not like I need to go to Yulmore quite anymore. Or at least rarely. Though if I need to get dimithrite and such... Who do I have? What all do I have for favored destinations? We have Limsa, Gridania, Ul'dah, Idleshire as my favorites. Yulmore, of course, is my freebie. These old Charlian. Bloody, 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 blah. The leaves are now open. Fieldcraft. One mantra, unstable foundation. Explosive progress. Labyrinthos. 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 Social guild ship and hunts have been available once you've fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario quest for Endwalker Ah, so I can't do that quite yet. Alright. Let's go set our freebie location. Register free. Registered favored. I could drop Limsa as a favored destination since I have my home point set there. Or I could do it for Yulmore, technically, since it's going to be not as traveled. Charleon's going to be a big one to go back and forth between. Probably should make Rozathan a favorite destination. Okay. It's still gonna be expensive to go out there, but at least coming back will be free. So basically half the cost. So let's go to Great Work. Alright, they said it was going to be over this way. The Hansha Hatchery. Oh, that puts it over there. Well, that's not what we want. Don't mind me. The hatchery is just above where the camp is, up here. Yep. I wish I could fly. Had a stable. Alright, so we need to do collectibles. Should probably hit the pewter ore at least once just to get the XP. What do we got here? Chilied crab and crab cakes for gathering. Archon Loaf can fucking bite it. Skilled speed fatality. Get out of here with that crap. Can't use while I'm doing things. Okay. Integrity is not great. Improved item collectability increase. Effect is determined by your perception. Scrutiny. We need 600. Oh, nice. It didn't get reduced. We only need 100 more. 102, so this is more than enough. Plus I have a chance of keeping... Nope. But 2 is good. I'll take that. Collect. +1 integrity, that's good. Oh, sweet. And that would be all 6. Alright, back to Charlian. Nephium Prostara. Wait, no, we need to go over here. Stadium. Wait, is this not the Hanish Staple? Hanish Staples. Maybe it's not showing because I haven't actually turned them in. Yep, they're all good. Wow, what a fine specimens you found, and so vibrant. Yes, these will be most helpful indeed. Thank you. These arcs are used to create the vibrant dyes Hanish clothing is often known for. They say each color has its own special meaning in their culture. Double the Hanish items in need. Take the items you brought and set to work to emulate the Hanish culture. Well, that's certainly different. Most clever, would you not agree? Alas, one would surely freeze to death wearing these clothes and Charlian for too very long. And while their cuisine is quite delectable, I must say it is rather spicy for my own palate. Perhaps their love for spices developed out of necessity. Fine hypothesis indeed. Hinagashi? Food is prone to expire all too quickly in climes such as Razahan. Copious use of spices not only helps to increase one's appetite, but also masks any unpleasant odors that may come from food on the brink of spoiling. And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria, a likely reason for the region's struggles with sickness over the years. I can think of no better catalyst to spur innovation in medicine through the mastery of alchemy. This, for example, is a tonic to raise the body's core temperature to protect from the cold. Resourceful as always. Thank you, Professor. Returning to their penchant for colorful hues, I believe I understand their reasoning for this as well. Simply put, primary colors stand out even under the unrelenting rays of the sun. Hence, everything from their buildings to their bracelets are made in bold primary colors. And each color has its different concepts. Red, for example, represents fire. Its close relative orange represents spiritual fire that rages within one's soul, the very source of life itself, and this is why they believe orange to be an auspicious color for would-be mothers and the like. Would-be? And you're wearing orange! Wait, what? You don't say. That is good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us at Rozahan? Oh, plenty, but I find experience to be better than to be a better teacher. So come, let us live as the Hanish do, and I'm sure we will be happen upon countless discoveries. Well, this is going rather swimmingly. I had hoped my research might bring us closer together, but I never dreamed we'd end up living together. Of course, it would have been possible without your help, and for you, heck, but thanks. I'll take those. Esteem level increased. You are the fledgling matchmaker. We get nothing now until 83. Alright, that's gonna take some time to get all these set up and everything. But we got that one out of the way, so I think we're good for a minute. It's an interesting attire choice. AR clean velvet thing. Jacket of Gathering. Alright, back to Dragoon. Boom, 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 boom. So what's the next line of plan? Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the stadium proved most educational. While you're away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As with news of the warding skills was met with much joy, preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Orzia and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but it does seem to be the way of the winds are blowing. I, for one, think no reason to oppose such a plan, but let's see what lies what's in Valbrown. Let's be getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? The scales! They've been stolen! Okay, maybe not. Phew. You realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vitra and the outcourse of their great work put their heart and soul in each and every one of these scales. So much treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? Much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We are already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I wait for more word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Good thing I didn't change my home point. Okay. Cat girls were really into each other. My apologies for calling you away from Charlie on such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative and set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But I might ask what your plan entails. It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the Allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts to no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. By your triumph in Rosenhan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. So we're going after towers, or we're going right at their butt. And it's you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telephory at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Golemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first, to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and citizens have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telephory's every whim without question. They too are victims, so it is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not to strategically or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember that we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. And for that, we can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, and then we can all agree, our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of Telephory. They are certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spires' their primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth more than was required for this task alone. The excess of aether it remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, we have uncovered the truth. Once we have uncovered the truth. Or bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. I want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be one to answer that. For revenge against the Telophari. For people of Garlemald. For honor and glory. All of these kind of suck. Sure. Could have put it better myself. Michelle, Thancred, and Yolande have already pledged their support, and we're on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding skills to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do in before the Telophari so much draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Go, and safe in the knowledge of your Eorzea will be left to it, or better, upon your return. Man, they're just kicking me all over the place. All right. Oh, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into the cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for Tartulon, lest the defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I have battle of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer is a peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again, unknown person. Oh. Wasn't Gaius. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlut. When I gathered, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is a minor one, but that being an information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telephory have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mode of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. Our presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were to travel with the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Dalton will be pleased to set the champion of Eorze to set foot in Garlean soil. A fair point, but as long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Though your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald ensures I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you, all of you. Wah, bah, bah. Got a weapon of 225. Torso of 225. That's level 82. I wouldn't get rid of that. I would need just one hanging around. Fifteen, 15, 15, 15, 225, 225. I could probably survive a little bit longer on what I've got. Ooh, a gift. The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered at the Royal Palace. I shall inform you of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Oh, hello. Let me in!
By the 12.
Good chunk of people? Oh shit.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
We did have a lot of scales.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Oh shit, you're coming with us.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Arun Senna.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front. It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine! Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Yeah.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The aura of Azim Step, maybe?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Called it!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
This looks like from Bajia.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Oh.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach
Run
the
in,
Garlean
arms
capital
failing.
in
Wah!
northern Ulzabad, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Oh no! I can't go past this porter! Cyrano. Glad to see you're well. Groundler was worried for you. The night... Whoop, damn it. Hold up. Reset. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. As they danced, the world fell into ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream, save the sign that greater danger awaits, but whatever lies ahead, we will walk with you, traveler. Sadhu! I care not for the Iron Men and their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, do as agreed. I have volunteered to join this band of Sirina's request. If she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though I hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better companion on the hunt than any of the steps oafish men could ever dream be. Magni. With the Mole, champions of Nadim, and the Dorthrall having sent many here, I have thought to defend the steppe in their absence, and I would have done so with not for my stepbrothers. They urge me to grant our allies in the sun might, and this radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of the feral Dorothrai dog, I first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Oh, never seen a Vieira with sword and shield. Nice. Seems long ago we were all sailing across the Ruby Sea, charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll need to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has been our bitter enemy, her grace is elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of Immortal Flames. As representative of the Sultanate, we are one of our commitment to the cause. Yeah, okay. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They are also likely proved tempting targets for abduction by the Telefari. All things considered, they can be better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our karmas. Care to do the honors? Oh, I have to get to talk to everyone anyways. Let's see, warding scales from the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. There you go. Many thanks. These towns may prove the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Set by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, I only throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Set of warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman can tell that they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, let's give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else waiting us for Garlemald. Only way to find out, and nervous or not, I'd march through those 7 hells if it gave me the chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Damn. Got something for you. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'd be worth a gill or two when it's all over. But we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing, I know that you're all thinking, why don't they send Inshauer instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Halfor told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say that you haven't gotten a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sodden snow and of all places. Well, tell me, well, me and my crew can do whatever is need doing. So let's set sail, however the saying goes on airships. Rahusena. Yes. Here. Toss. Those are the famed warning seals, enough for me and my men, I see. I, myself, am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Otoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelve's Wood, much less enter an Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded by a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights, Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would my comrades should fighting break out. Oops. Oh, the talismans. I better keep those close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much like Orthard, has been plagued by the towers, yet he would not be there. He wished to express his shared conviction. Yen and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts ending this war. Who did I miss? Oh, Maximo. Thank you for this. I'm going such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabar. I cannot stress enough that it's not a token warning. I would be disturbingly specially made warming tinctures. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for actual heat. Leave the position to your discretion. Now let's proceed to the Alamegan Quarter, where you'll take your final preparations and we'll have pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. Don't worry about Oriange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Our student claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor. And since he spent a fair amount of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of us will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you are not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only had time to find something more to my liking. Tataro to the rescue! Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? I knew it! Tataro to the rescue. But how? Blah, I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. Zodiac in the flesh. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabar without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. This is all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, I can expect the others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself. I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Baumda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they're running things back at the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep crowd company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. I heard Artemis and Bawumda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident that you won't go collapsing again because of certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similar to disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and I'll make my way to Charlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Gollamold. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. So that must have been the gift. North Sea coat. Luckily, I've already got a coat. That's alright. But you know I gotta go purple. And wow, that brown clashes. Holy crap. Meh. Oh, whoops. Dragoon? I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, here he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? So in order to finally meet you, we of the Garland Ironworks have been ferrying you around and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it was something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only a most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might be further assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, we ready the engines. On board it, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended you set items in their entirety, blah blah blah. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Level sync to 82, that's fine. Let's go.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Oof.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
Oh, there's Yustola. She blended in for some freaking reason. I was like, where the hell is she?
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, Thancred, what you up to?
proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Oh.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
To battle! I kind of figured it was going to be Thinkrid. Going to finer details, learn about the mission exclusive actions. I'll figure it out.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh, am I going this way? Oh shit, hello. I can't.
Damn, spotted.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was. So this is good against... Okay, let's try that again without getting seen. This time he took a nap. So, do I just attack him? Don't mind me.
Must be losing my touch.
Oh, silent takedown. Okay. Okay. Now I get it. Alright, so... When the target is a Magitech weapon or a guard dog, delivers an attack with a potency of 100. So only Imperial soldiers will be knocked out. Okay, okay. Three, two, one. Damn.
Must be losing my touch.
Come over here, away from the other one, please. Alright, move out of the way, sucker. Actually, I just need to do this real quick, because you can't see me. What is that? A guard dog, which I can use Bewilderment Bomb, which is an actual bomb, okay. So I don't need to go that way. Okay, which way is that thing going? Should go left, right? Nope, straight across. Alright, we'll just wait for it to pass. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Okay. Hiding place.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood.
North.
Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Okay, so that's there. It's going out of the way. Smack bitch. Gotta wait for him to move, please. Oop. You didn't see anything.
Damn, spotted.
Fuck. Arrgh. Is it because I hit that thing with the bomb? Because that's kind of stupid. It shouldn't have been affected by it. Come on, fucker, move, please. That's a problem. How do I get that one without being seen? Alright, now I just need to wait for that stupid thing to move out of the way. There's a control terminal. Alright, now the magic tech is down.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Click. Woo!
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Wait! Something
Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead! Fighters! Protect the others!
Oops.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. How we put our backs into it then? I've been itching for a good scrap. You lot all right back there?
I like that they added the pictures for
We're
the.
fine. I'm ready for more.
You actually know who's talking.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Ha!
The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh, hi there. That is a big gun lance.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now. Forward.
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Oh shit. Fucking go, Pippin. Dang, this girl's strong. You got 6 people beating up on her, and she's just like, yep.
Or die! Tremble before the sun!
Take that.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
I'm pretty sure other chick just, you know, blew up everybody.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Wow, that thing is looking funky.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Sounds like Asian influence.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
So we're gonna call it broken glass? Or cracked ice? Can't broken glass, but okay. Attunement? Man, we were just all over the place. Jesus. Gemstone trader? You must go further through Endwalker to main scenario in order to access this vendor's wares. Alright, alright. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishola and Graha to join us in this building to the northeast of camp? Alicia and I will meet you there. It's an interesting aetherite. A meeting, yes, I'll make my way over there once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt at the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unsettling towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air has helped to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in just a few moments. Hello, Graha. Nice choice of clothing there. You get the basic version. I've got the... Are we wearing the same one? No, you got the base one. I've got the more leathery one. Or belted one, I should say. You'll be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quarantined inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do ever feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything have been stolen. Is it possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble? Though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Though there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were Tempered. Sorry, I was just merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Yeah, that's what I would think. If everything is in the homes looks unmessed with at all, then most likely they've been Tempered. Thank you for informing the others. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern.
Yeah, just a little bit.
All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that can keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here.
Oops, sorry. Damn it.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Stentor Challenge is something of an understatement, but I suppose there's nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. I'm gonna take this one.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits. And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I regret to think how we'd fare with without it. Must remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you asked, where to scour the Elben Rime for survivals. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you find someone? You'd take forever to finish a job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. No regrets. I assume we need to go up this thing? Maybe not. Oh, look! Can I actually get everything here, or is it going to be another, like, you can only access half the fucking place? $419 to the northeast. Ooh. So right about in here. I'm guessing somewhere in there. We'll get a better look when we get a chance to move around. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after. Either way, is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do we see over yonder hill? There's no mistake. That's a girl. A survival? Show me. Over there behind the tree. Looks like she's running away from something. Surely, though surely not us. She wouldn't even known we were here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Okay. She'd be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be less able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know what you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Bro must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest of we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. And he immediately falls over into the snow. I have discovered snow. Oh, vivos. Do I have to actually search it? Yeah. To the north. Yeah, Garlemald is a flippin' mess. Jesus. Northeast. A ceruleum spray. Interesting. Northeast. It's 100, so it's going to be on the other side here. Yeah, of cars. Beep, beep. Is it in here? Uh, 261 north. Well, we're gonna look. Might as well. We may not actually be blocked off at all. And the sooner we can fly, the better. Automated death machine. Northeast. So right over here. To the south. I hear it. There it is. Five, 351 to the north. Ow. Can we even... I feel like, yeah, it's probably gonna stop us from continuing actually in the Garden Mall proper. We'll see. 80 to the north. I bet you it's up there. $20 to the west. Yeah, it's gotta be up there. I don't hear anything. Well, obviously I've got to be able to get on top of there without flying. $242 to the southwest. Oh, damn. Straight west. Northwest. I see it. Hey, let me up there, please. Thank you. Straight west. Southwest. Southwest. $400 south. Yeah, you look that way. Yeah, frozen tree. Oh, that's a... Don't know there's many people on, but I'm calling out, you know, the rare ones. $125 west. 913 southeast. That's quite a ways. Well, let's head towards the thing, because southeast is probably way down here. .540 southeast. Up to the building, eh? Close, I'm sure of it. At first, I thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look like it had been open in some time. She might be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Just looking for a girl in a green dress. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Ready to call out from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first. You must do so without drawing her attention. Can I just turn into a ninja? Follow a safe distance. Just gonna run up that way, and I have to use these obvious rocks to block, because she's gonna turn around and go, no one's there. You don't hear my bike. Vroom vroom. Surprise! Ah! Oh, ew. This house is packed with explosive. Take another step and I'll blow its place sky high. Liar, there's children. Please, just want to talk. I'm Alphonse, this is my sister Elise, and our good friend Misakai. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. What? We didn't, I promise you. For one of the other reasons we came out to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telepharoi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met that wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telepharoi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry. I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia. That's where I've managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known my entire life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and my few others borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Yeah, I kind of assumed. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. I didn't know if you were, Sai. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you were here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever the assistance we provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Good question. Why are they not affected? This is everyone. Wow, not much. I was also expecting kids. Messina says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops in our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic? We have a fire burning in no time. We build one under the gazebo. The bower? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's radio. Excuse me. So, they're not, like, fireplaces in these places? Oh, she has pants! Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite the sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? How the mighty have fallen. I could treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of the tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? There you go. Splash, splash. Like I had a lot more to say than I expected. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke. A joke. Ha 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 ha. If I laughed, this I may not weep. So said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are blessed. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, where the brethren lie dead or live as puppets of the flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of fire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of a stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now that I wait with fellow cowards with our final judgment. Drink this, it won't kill you. A tincture. Well, might as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amonis, that it is. It's all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. People at the broadcasting must have either fled or ended up like all the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim the ancestral homeland from Locus Amonis. We have founded an empire in these frozen ways, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. Just a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe the Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks us through our radios. No, he's quite dead. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus will not be defeated so easily. He was stabbed to death by Xenos. He is quite the dead. Splish splash. Take a drink. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgila troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgila and her men are all there now. How did you reach Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? We flew. Airships. Then there might be a way to... Let's see, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say. You must be hearing magic things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby, Amastia has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have even known to attack people, too. Just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you're a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. A small group of trappers living there. People whose job it was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and there's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, even if we reach their den, you have to make their way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the other are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give it up on your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Best watch out for baby almsies while we're away. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll need to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you rather take the risk, you need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I knew there was kids inside. There's, like... I don't know why she's hiding it. Okay, so we're heading down in this area, and that's where another one of the Aether currents are. Yeah, 319 south. Can I jump onto the railing here? Oh, I forgot. Bike faster. Called it. Southwest. 250. Gotta be close to where tappers are. Southwest. It's probably on the other side of this ridge. Southeast. Other way. Achoo. $11.42 north. Holy crap. Way up there. Alright, well, let's do this part. Look at there. How'd you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. If the purebuds over the Victor spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here, demanding ceruleum, and nothing in offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone shit. So they resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we're gonna give into intimidation, they got another thing coming. Really, dude? There you are. Just after you left, Lucina asked me to go and catch up with you in case you need a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is the Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I knocked their ass out. Eorzean rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hell did you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from another land. Garabania, Yanksha, Bajja, Damaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against the will, others fed bullocks about better life, all put to extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, places us firmly in the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more than less unscathed is ceruleum ingots. Still sustaining us, even with our pay measures out of the picture. We hear you're experts at drawing ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can we do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secret, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as ceruleum is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins, we take enough power for our own heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps us stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if they're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there's nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlov, as we know, is good and gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by the Empire in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'd be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's head see about getting some ceruleum. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? I serve Cram. You can power many things with Cram. Well, there's probably built up of extra spoils sent you. They turned their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about. Called it. A sister? We only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever is ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucina at first. I think she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Good little word for introducing me to the rest of the contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us. But I can't ask about that after we've delivered. But we can ask about it after we deliver this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Let's see, Bucka Travel, Eighth Occurrence. Yep, got 1 left. I'm gonna go ahead and just go there and grab it, then we'll head back. Aether Compass. 640 north. We might as well see if we can grab this Aether right while we're here. $500 to the north. Gotta be on the other side, right? Wait, is it underneath? Okay. Yeah, it should be right here. So it's got to be under. Okay. What about the Aether Current? 300 to the north. Finally got all the regular currents in an area. The other two couldn't access the rest of the areas yet. Alright, so we got all the aether currents for this area. This one... Either we're gonna blow up this mountain and suddenly it's gonna give us access to the thing, or we need to go underground to get to it? Wait, how about we check this building real quick? Is it like... kind of like a subway thing where you enter and go underground? Ah! Not respond. Oh, you buttheads. Mender, junk mender. They're using the train to power the aetherite, but then what's the point if they're not actually using the damn thing? Well, it looks like more people that made it without being turned. Alright, so the entrance is right here. Oh, I wouldn't let go through. Screw you. Alright, most of the area is covered, except for those two spots. That's an angry deer. Ah! We're back, and we have ceruleum. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I thought often I would have been treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Look inside the house, and while you search outside, they haven't gotten far. Oh, what the balls. Nothing over here. Okay, what happened? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting for the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help? What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the rest for later, we've got a bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucina was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Well, where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think we'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles proves it. So the medicine ran out, and she put in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clanking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You're an idiot. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. The Garleans should soon die than suffer the insult. Battle for them to flee, keep their purity intact, and then be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot see how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but then we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Can I, like, just kick you in the face? Smack. Stupid ass. Elise. Footprints. 2 sets of footprints. They're going by the sides. Definitely them. Come on. Now I just have to finish the quest and I can fly here. Sales with a frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route as not to leave footprints. I can only think of the other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with bees. I can only imagine how it must do for her alien sister to cross the ice. What do they do with Alphinaud's help? We can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. So if we'd followed the prints in the way they went, it would have been back towards this way, right? Looks like the prints already disappeared. Okay. Nothing this way. Half-buried piece of paper. Wet piece of half-buried snow appears on a flyer of the theater group. One shows advertised long ever since ended. Well, that's not helpful at all. Okay. fresh blood. Ooh, that's not good. The blood, saying the snow appears to be fresh, judged by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southward. You guys are idiots. You guys are already cold. They had the damn music box with you. They're both fucking dead. Bad camera angle there.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
That's where you're supposed to cast Resurrect.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Dumb people are dumb. Wasn't something we could have done, but what? Should have never come here. Would they still be alive if we hadn't? No, they would have died anyways. Brr. We have already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. If those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make for our report to Lucia. and do everything we can in our power to prevent further tragedy. Let us linger here no more. Come. They often tell me they have finished the preliminary search for the survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might ask you for your account.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
Okay.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing. presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Huh.
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
I'm assuming the railway. Oh, this guy.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate.
My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Okay.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Ha! Far from it.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Alright. So now, yeah, it's going to be probably up there. There you are. You will be received as invited guests, and I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone for too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Alright, Julius. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, I will judge this as an act of hostility and will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We'll head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Seminole Section 4. Seminole Station. Okay. Triton in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Elise and he's Alphino. But... And last but not least, there's Misakai. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino, Elise, I will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapon, then the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Alright, let's make a mad dash. Oh, I was wondering what the hell that was. It was a freaking fate. Burr, burr, burr. That would be the station. Just gonna throw my butt over here so I don't aggro demon head over here. Well, easy enough so far. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Alright. Oh. Complete that. Continue. They spare their own slaughter at the rest of the station. Though we'll try to avoid detection. Chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. See why your karma chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply be forced them to forsake one master for another. As far as my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who thought different and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. No, know what you can do about that. We're not being followed. Continue onward. What would have said? These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. And it is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the rail. Don't mind me, just coming through. Oh. Those guys, on the other hand, are very much not human anymore. Look what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantities of the primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with triplets, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now you have seen the monstrosities for yourself. Perhaps you will think twice about speaking of a cure. I mean, it just depends on the amount of exposure. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. Oh, damn it. This is Tertium, one of Galmod's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. VoD has sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon. I'll wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Guess he's double checking for followers. Explain to see why they chose this as their base of operation. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's so bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils, it must have constant struggle to keep the people warm. Lower your voices while you're here is my guess. The others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Will the commander know my name? Oh, hello. Excuse me for a second.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me, though you children may speak in earnest. Overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Ashfond.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I picked that choice just out of, like, it sounded good. I completely forgot Hashafon said that so long ago. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Terrum. Before you ask, no, I don't have the key or any other means to remove your colors, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So if you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps do you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch word of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, the shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of this situation. Above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, you may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know fully I can't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Luce will pay the price. Shitty heat. Octavia. It's you, Misakai Vutadrasi. I served under Lord Gaius under the 14th Legion. I was there on the night of the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in the dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get you deserve. Mark my words. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So cold. Radio. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers from being tempered. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. Well, the times, the worst of the lot. Within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vogalia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell as we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Hey, you guys were the assholes first. Oh, there you are. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever the business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could tell you all of the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though it comes at the cost of its normal function. Oh, that's why it doesn't work. I thought they were trying to power it. They're using it to power other shit. Well, apparently it's going to work at some point. I saw that guy teleport in. Oh, for no. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are our greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. Was there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Which one we do? Fabius. Assisting. Let me push on you for a minute. Who's there? My eyes. I can't see all that well. Oh, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Back to Alpha now. These guys are fucked. So you met Fair No Better. I was afraid you would say that. I know they were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't just leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have had his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Julius first. To Julius! Well, seen enough? Yeah, you guys are fucked. Elias, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept rather some stored away in the event that we were snowed in. Still, going out and getting is dangerous work, and we're a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to our last dredges, and without heating they need, the poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We'll accept your charity. If we can hold out a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Yeah, when you're dead. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Here's something up ahead of you. Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Talafaroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join the forces with the provisional legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Talafaroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be set running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital for our hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meanwhile? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before we reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you the ceruleum. I will speak to Lord Quintus. I mean, they said I could leave, so let me leave. So, did he agree to it? Probably not. No, he will not place Garlemald in the depth of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well, after all, my hands make light work. So you lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Level up. Enhanced spine shatter. We're gonna search for ceruleum in Regero Urban Misia. The first location is Forum Solius, the park to the northwest of the station. You're to remain close to it at all times and act as ordered. Follow me. But I need to see my ability. Enhanced spine shatter allows the accumulation of charges for consecutive uses of spine shatter. Oh, okay. Like, go vroom vroom. Alright, so the park was just over here. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational area came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the father of the Empire, the great Silvus Volgalis. Emmett. Did we come to extract William from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Some goes for the rest of Machina in the vicinity. William has been stolen. We must scour the city for every last drop. And we don't expect to find any here. I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. Let's see, with your permission, will you commence the search? Looking for ceruleum. You're still here? Perspective rockets Machina confirms the fuel accounts have been long since been emptied. Julia, is this like a pool or just like a? Nope, not a pool. You have to look at the stairs in the water in silence and searching for something he knows gone and never returned. Yeah, this place is fucked. Slide. Contraption is built on the style of Imperial war machina aimed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But upon closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Well, fucking duh. Look, there's a machina. We could kill it and get ceruleum. Oops. Oh, up there. And down there. Map of Forum Solidus. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solidus. The pond, children's play areas, to your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. Yeah, I kind of figured. A shop with like literally no thing here. Well, the small Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. In other words, Jack Squat. Oh, you do this. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Nope. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Highly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help notice that you're gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Why, yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop from freezing over, so like all the other children, they had to wade and splash about. Would have stayed there if they didn't drag him out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water was still flowed clear. Wasn't... Oh, damn. Clicked the button by accident. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. What are your thoughts on magic? The average Gullion would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but as the first has a few foreign Signifari and Medicae, so it doesn't scare me. I take you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alfnell, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you try and bring me some? Once that's done, blast of her fires should do the trick. Leave it to me. Are you planning to go in there? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and they have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Last thing we need is you catching cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That'd be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then we can try your method, with Alphinote's help. Point of interest. Chill to the bone. I figured it was the one furthest away. It usually is. Look! Invisible hamburger! Oh shit, it's cold. Your grand discovery comes at great personal cost, and you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Ulysses doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him the prize. Ah, it's so cold. Where's my fire? Did you find anything? Sniffed it. I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Yeah, and the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I gave Alphino a hand. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldion, because by the fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you had taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Warquince's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would have been most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire rewarded an estate. We all lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all those houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And though the summers came and went all too quickly, in the brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again, those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Yeah, not happening, dude. Well, let's head back to the train station. Alright, now you've recovered your escapades in the pond. There's no location like to search, just outside the park. Oh, okay. Uh-oh, he's gone AFK. He won't last much longer. He's gonna freeze to death out here. Oh. What are you doing here, then? You went AFK and you moved. Are you, like, hiding the fact that you're AFK? Like, you do realize the queue times are not this bad, like, at this time of day. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While the comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from this less damaged units, those that look more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart, piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by the device is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even with the unit itself inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use explosives or not. Should you need more, come to me. You're handing us explosives. You're a madman. You're like all so concerned about us like being shitheads, and you're like, yeah, let me just hand you these explosives. What up? We've got two here. So check first. The unit tank is empty. It appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel is left in the hold. Alright, well, blow it up. Oh. Hello? Target. Retrieve the warbox's from a tank and find it's still half full. Or half empty, depending on your perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. Oh, is that what he gave us two? Like, give me if you fuck up. Here we go. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Here you go. You've done it again. Truly, luck is not on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Elise and Alphanard are faring. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Yeah, not surprising.
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Quintus.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What action, you moron?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Fucking dumbass! Oh my god. You guys are gonna flip and die because you want to feel up his stupid armor.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Nope.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
I assume I'm accompanying you. But Lucy will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I can meet you with your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to the legionnaires Marcellius and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Okay. What do you want with me? Ask the Earl. Soloka has reached a decision. I knew this would come to it. He would understand that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat them, we must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the Emperor of Varus, for the glory of Guillemot, I will fulfill my duty. Morons. Much less. You again. Ask the ill, he said. So, that's the way be it, after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Sounds more like they're going to attempt to attack the camp because you're stupid. Like, this seems like a great idea. We're on the verge of death, and let's go attack some people with, like, literally no anything. No fair, you can fly. My wings are broken. Have you done as instructed? Yeah. What do you mean by ask the... Oh. Their duties have involved more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether it be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Automated slasher, oh no. Not far, dang man. It's taking me a minute to get here. This must be your house.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Oh shit, you killed your family? Pulled an Itachi.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Palestinian. Children are safe.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfeno. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Pretty shitty one. We only got 2 literal Magitech armors.
More are coming! Make ready!
Wait, where'd you get that many?
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Saw that coming.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Oh, wait for that. That man is nothing but rash. Wendy White, you out here with no leggings on. Crazy lady. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Oh, can't do that. We're persuaded to tell what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they've sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we can't compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with an intent to do so, it would incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alfredo and Lise and the scouts sent to educate them should already be at the station. I will have their other crewmates in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Which way? Which way? Oh shit, we're like at camp. Okay. Hey, you have quest. Give me quest. Your reasons are unfounded. I just want my aether. South? Don't care. Not pertinent to MSQ. Oh, God. Okay. What are we doing? Inspect the ceruleum engines with Apidus. Ceruleum engines. Looking for glowing shit. Oh, we can do the gems now. So I got, obviously fur, Vos milk. Don't care. Am I allowed to mount? Yeah, run, bitch, run! Oh. Come on. Oh, come on, dude. Round the outside, round the outside. There's one there. Maybe one inside the building. That would be a big fat nope. So where the heck is the last one at? Oh, nope. This way. Let's see. So there was one over here, and then one over there. It's gotta be, like, close to this building here. Can't be much further than that. It's got to be closer to actual settlement. Oh, it is in the building. I flippin' knew it. Can you follow me if I sprint? Alright, one down. Four to go. Is there any here? Not as of yet. Of course, we gotta run our butt there because they wouldn't let us attune. Follow the road, let's go. Oh. Person. This guy, Julius. Just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? Lord swore Quintus, he took his own life. After the news of the 10th, he revealed relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Ah, but he did. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just a moment to speak with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. Well, we'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach their camp safely. Just have to dwell on it, not when there's work to be done. This is where it happened. Yeah, clearly. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the Providences. There's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. When I could tell, the one in Latrim is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packed up and leave this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. I am a tuner. Now there's a blue quest. Hey, the guy that can't see. Oh, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. Heard from those that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. Purebreds, immigrants, savages. After all, the words start to lose meaning. Until you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours would have come to offer aid, I'll be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on the Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are there any refugees willing to come to our camp? Yep. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. A Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Laminson friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Oh, it's my minion. I was like, what is that? Alright, let's go grab that blue quest. Not much left unexplored at this point. Nah, I knew I was gonna overshoot it. Oh, what the hell? This is the spot, right? Oh, no, it's further around, okay. Came to get you, you dumbass. Stop following me. Oh, goddamn, I gotta fucking follow when you got a damn enemy right there. Blah, 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 blah. Go, go, go. go, kid. Take it forever. You haven't lost shit. I like how the enemies just like hover about like he's not there. Oh shit. Oh, damn it. That little fucker. I gotta do this all over again? You shithead. Oh, God, fuck off. Little frickin' prick is like, yeah, let me just run around this corner and right where you were handing out. Blah, 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 run please so I can chase your dumb ass and take forever doing it. Oh, I hate these quests. You screw up one time, it's like literally right at the last freaking minute, and I gotta do the whole thing all over again. Can I just like break his leg and call it good? Move your ass, Slowpoke. Must have been the wind. It must have been my foot up your ass. Alright, wait for a douchebag to turn the corner and then get behind the freaking bus. It's like, oh, I didn't see you. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't have time for your nonsense. Didn't mean to double hit that. Alright, come here, Shid. Yep, I knew it. It was like right at the last second. It's like, oh! Now I get to do it all over again. Yeah, but I don't care. Let's move on. Oh no, he's being attacked by a monster that he clearly walked by all the other ones. Will you come with me now? I don't need your help. Yeah, I just got attacked by a monster. Machina, whatever. Can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man! This guy's still here, AFK. Beep beep. Asked him if he was alright, because he's been AFK there for an hour. Alright, that leaves two more that we don't have access to quite yet. Alright, so let's go do the thing Thinkred asked. once we complete that quest, that'd be a good time to stop. Also, wrong one. Give me my bike. It's faster. At least it should be. They had extra speed built into the, like one extra like speed boost built into the bike for some reason, which is kind of ridiculous in a way. I didn't even know it was a thing. I just wanted it because, you know, it's Cloud's bike. You done chasing me? Thank you. I'm so used to hitting the randomized one. I can't fly. I'm 2 quests away from being allowed. Invalid target. Alright, well, never mind. Oh, okay, now I can do it. You're coming with me, sucker. Alright. And that's gonna be the end of it as soon as I get there. Hello, Thancred. Expected I ran a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm glad I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. While I say that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather impertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. If I turn in this quest, will there be more blue ones? I was informed of the Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the rescues? I'm told they were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. So many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy, notwithstanding. Perfidy? What the heck does that mean? Notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and in the following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them from any culpability. Or perhaps, like many others, he too was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Blue, blue. Aha! There's blues! Soon I will fly. Lucina, you gotta have to wait. Yes. Don't care. Give me my Aether. I'm fiending, man. I need my Aether. Ooh, and a bracelet. Up. Don't care. Where the hell are you at? Way back at the station, of course. Alright. Well, let's go do this first. I was gonna stop, but flying. Speak with people. God, why are you making me do this? Can we at least run? I guess we're gonna go talk to the tappers. Excuse me, big cow. What do you guys say? I believe that sometime yet before we've mapped the entirety of this vast expanse, it stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable even if the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garleans survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing that the Magna Glaciers with their own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. Yeah, they were fucking nuts. Like, how would you like to live at the North Pole? Okay, that's about what this place is. What you got? This is only hearsay, but I've been told those masses are formed when cerulean bursts forth from the earth and comes in contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence evermore. The water mixed with it prevents the cerulean from being a set of flame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of cerulean you get after that is barely worth all the trouble. Percelium is wrested straight from the earth, and that's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, so I've heard. And run. They're basically oil rigs. Ah, god dang it. Don't look at me. Right at the thing. Pewter earring coffer for $5.25. Is it worth? I don't know. Not super worried about it. We can always come back later. Especially when we can fly. Speaking of which, now we can teleport. Card! I challenge you. Reopened and Dissension. Oh look, it's Asahi. Oh, I can play how I want. Thank you. Let's do my usual opener. Dissension. Ew. Well. Ha 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 ha. Can't affect Squall though. Eat it. Hey, just give me your damn card. Dissension and Order. Ooh. Varus and Quintus. Eight. That's now -4. Yeah, I can definitely take that one. Quintus. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Thank you. That's all I need from your butt. Julius, you're still hanging out there? Dude, you need to move on. Bloody, 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 blah. Retired Magitech engineer. Nope, don't care. What about you? Nope. Wait a minute. Well, I'm still missing one. God. Whale. I thought otherwise. Alright, we're gonna log out over here next to Sia. we will be picking up there. Yeah, here. It's probably warmer. Maybe. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go boop, and then we're gonna go exit because I'm real tired of YouTube saying, "Oh my God, you played music." Oh, hello. You caught me right when I'm getting off. I've been on for 8 hours, and it's like I started at midnight. It's now 8 a.m. Can't really stay up any much longer than this because I gotta be work later. Oh God. Just finished lunch after work. Yeah, slightly bad timing. But slowly making improvements. I don't know the last time you came in, but I added some stuff in the new chat boxes. Yeah, it's better than it was. The ones that were in the OBS, I was having issues with, so I got one that's a browser plugin, basically. But anyways, just a question before you leave. Yeah, everything's fine. Just been trying to do things. Hopefully the same for you. The only thing that I'm not, like, okay with is I'm irritated with YouTube. I've been trying to upload my VODs up on there and everything, and they keep copyright claiming everything. And it's like, thanks. Well, even if it's not, hopefully it gets better for you. Oop, what was that? That was weird. My mind just went wah 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 wah. Let's see. Actually, go. Boop. Aha! So I can just click it off. That's cool. That messed with it much. Oh, now it's back. Go away. Oh, now okay. I didn't know that. This stays out wherever I put it. It's attached. Not. Try to join earlier. Yeah, man. Hey, I mean, I have weird hours for this. Delete. Cause I forget like what time frame you're in, man. I hadn't seen you in a bit. Oh, I'll get rid of that. Get off the screen. And yeah, for me it's Central Time, but you're in Europe, right? It's been a hot minute. For me it's 15 now. What, like the hour or the day? Like, wait a minute. It can't go backwards on day. Hour 3 p.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're way ahead of me. Holy crap. So let's see. Minus 8 hours. So that would make it way early for you. 2, 5, like 7 a.m. Or, yeah, 7 a.m. And that's if I can get on, like, on time. I planned on streaming in tonight if I can get on at a decent time, because I usually don't get out of work till midnight to 1. Well, if you can, that's awesome, man. I don't know if you play 14 or not. I've been blasting through the MSQ. I spent the first week of the game being open just leveling up the new jobs to 80. And then so far I've put in 16 hours just on that. Or just on the MSQ stuff. I did 8 hours yesterday and 8 hours today. I don't know if I'll be able to do that tomorrow. I'll probably be tired as hell by the time I get off of work. Gotta remember to hook up my hands again. I haven't been using them in a while. I didn't have much reason to. That my computer's been yelling at me. It's like, you have too many things plugged in. Stop that. Like, what? I literally got a new mic. Leave me alone. Let's see. Oh, while I'm thinking about it, I meant to do this. Well, let me do it right now. No, of course not. Part of the issue I was having with YouTube, it's like, oh, you were playing game music from Final Fantasy by itself. So apparently that's an issue. How dare. Because I added an opening screen that gives me about like 10 minutes before I actually start anything. They didn't like that apparently. And I meant to do the same because I made a ending card as well. Well, made. I'm just borrowing the screen, but let's see. Am I not logged in? What the heck? History. I think it was this one. Oh my god, that's loud. Holy crap. Back up. Pause. Copy that. Thank you. Alright, and then we go to... Yeah, I can't edit right now, which is annoying. You have to actually be on the card, and I'm not able to do that when streaming. Otherwise, I'll go to the card. So I'm going to go to that for a second and try and set this up real quick without blasting everyone's eardrums. Okay, so that's added in, but I couldn't hear it, so I don't know if it's working right or not. Let's try that again. I'm gonna go to the end screen again and see if it pops up. Oh, maybe that's what I can't hear it, but I can through my preview screen. Let's try that real quick. Wait, was it still playing? Hold up. I've got the volume. Okay. It's weird because like if I listen to the preview, it goes through my headset and then it like loops really badly, so I can only listen for like a second. But I was looking for like non-copyright music to use at the beginning and end. I need to find something different for the end, but that's a placeholder for now at least. But anyways, okay, now officially ending. Do the endo thing, and then hopefully I catch you later, man.